So it's up there?
It will be just.
Let it go. Okay, thank you. Huh?
I said, yep.
Well, it makes me feel better that it wasn't me.
Morning. How's it going?
Thank you.
How are you? Sorry to drag you out last minute.
Piece of cake, man. I get 4 hours. And I don't even think there's anything for me to testify to, so. My guys were the ones that found the gun.
That's kind of funny. Talk to your other side.
Probably, who was it? Who would it, oh, Waltz, yeah, Dale.
And I said, hey, sorry to do this to you, but I said, they just called me.
Yeah. That's crazy. Yeah, so it's gonna happen. Just gonna ask for an adjournment thing?
We'll see.
Let it go, bro.
If I do, I'll do it later tonight and bring you along. Two of your guys and three of our guys.
Yeah.
Like, what's a hole in your shoe?
Oh, our body cams.
Do they slide in there?
There's the body cams,
They're using
utility. They go in their cell phone
Oh,
and they go into a sleeve and that
the camera
snaps,
slips right in.
snaps onto here. And so all you see is the,
Oh, nice.
yeah, awesome. So no more than, how many of them have we had that got knocked off and, so they're, all you see is the
They're
camera.
smaller?
They're the size of your cell phone.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're
That's
actually
what it
a
is.
cell phone. They're a Motorola Moto cell phone without.
So how do they activate it? Same way?
So the number of different ways. We have them set for either officer down feature, which
Right.
every time I go up to a car and I do this, it starts giving an officer down signal. If you start walking fast, they'll automatically activate. Or we have them manually set for just 3 taps, 1, 2, 3, and they tap. The cars, sometimes the ones in the car, obviously activate with lights and when you open the door. But yeah, these ones are manual, or like I said, you start running or just walking fast, they'll start. They're pretty slick.
No.
Yeah, they're real nice. You like the our new cameras?
The only thing I don't like is if you're searching a car and it thinks you're.
The officer down, body worn down. So you just gotta keep doing the same.
Also, the actual size.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So
Like
it,
a 30-second countdown.
yeah. And when, every time, when it's
We
recorded.
just had props that did that too long time ago, didn't
Yeah. Matter of fact, they probably still do. I don't know.
they? They lay down on the
Yeah.
toilet and shit.
Yeah. The,
Just so you guys know, you're live on
Okay.
me. I just heard you guys talking about, oh, I better let it know. So everything you're saying is being screened.
Thank you.
good luck, Alan.
Just got your back, Mike.
Thank you.
Well, they're
I'm gonna do, sir, if you don't mind, I hope, I'm gonna put you and your guy right here, because I got a guy that's in custody I gotta put up here. Is that okay?
Fine.
Good, you can sit right next to your counselor there.
Okay.
And this is just for,
Supposed to be for an exam.
yeah, no, I understand, but just social distance.
Yeah,
with
yeah.
them. Are you guys okay sitting
Yeah,
close to
yeah.
each other?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, well, these courts are opening back up, so. Do some movement on some of these cases. You know, the thing is, it's like being at the airport and all the planes are lined up to take off, and it's getting kind of congested out there.
Yeah, I understand.
You know, the more I read the filings, and maybe I'm missing something. I don't see that, even if the case gets bound over from out here, it's not going anywhere downtown.
Oh, tomorrow,
Thursday. It's just not going anywhere.
tomorrow we're not opening till
I
10.
don't see the point of this.
Always have to do that.
Yeah.
But, you know, you just have to follow the procedure.
Yeah, you're right. I never even thought of that.
I understand.
I would just do two here.
Well, this is where the, yeah, the defense here.
That's over here. Oh, I know, I'm just saying.
No, I'm just.
Yeah, yeah. That's the only thing I could do.
Here you do this. Give the attorney to.
Yeah.
Let's see if Paula, this will work for her.
Oh, it's gonna have to.
Yeah. Just have to speak up.
So a little change of plans, guys, because I forgot I gotta have you on a mic. I might put you two here and the other parties here. Does that work for you? Okay.
The attorneys get the soft chairs
Okay.
and the defendants get the hard one chairs.
And we'll let you know we're getting ready to start. Thank you.
You wanna move him over?
He's still talking.
I thought, what happened, 2 minutes?
Yeah, no, that's what I said.
Just waiting.
You know what? In jail, they had Mr. Parker in one of the rooms during court, and they had me, like, he was right next to me while I was walking by him in jail. I don't know, that was weird.
Well, by them being on paper, you all being coded in it, you know?
Yeah. I know, I'm just
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah. I don't think they might, you want to arrest you, maybe they might put pressure, you know, they probably felt that maybe she might not cooperate with the name. Something out. But if you don't have her just for cooperation, the case is not going, the case is not going anywhere, it's just going to die up. Because they said they were offering you a felony of malicious assault, they would dismiss all the other stuff. For what? You didn't do anything. You know? Why would you think a felony if you come to be a person? It would be a question of fact if you ever just the fact to do something, but you didn't, right? You didn't know the opposite.
Good morning.
Good morning.
May I ask your name, sir?
Yeah, William Glenn. Glenn.
Okay, and you're the attorney on one of them. Okay, thank you. We've only got one attorney.
No, he's right here. Prosecutor.
Have his car.
I don't know what they do. A lot of blood.
Yeah, that's true.
Chickens, like, you know.
Yeah. At one point, you had me go in the kitchen and turn around. I thought you were shooting right there.
When she's out, well, she was at some club, nightclub, and we had a ride, and then she gets in the car, this guy, she doesn't know.
Yeah, I don't know. She was a drug addict.
You know,
So, no, I love my cousin.
yeah, but this is.
Yeah.
Is she from Florida?
No, she wasn't here.
Sometimes they'll have Florida police go pick them up and bring them here. So, yeah, I've seen it happen. So, they might be stolen way back when, you know, she's at the airport. It's strange things happen all the time. So. But her testimony helps us, so I'd be worried if her testimony makes that case.
Right.
Here's your other defendant right here. So he'll just stay back here. We'll leave him in the back. It sounds to me like they're gonna try these cases separate, sir, but you'll have your day to speak to the judge about it, so. So why don't you do me a favor, sir? We can have a seat back there because I'm gonna be bringing Mr. Parker this way. So, sir, you can have a seat at this table if you like.
Okay.
This chair right here.
That's correct.
I would.
I did get a message over Facebook from her. I just told her that I never went to work, and I told her I can't talk to her, so. Okay.
You ready for your client, sir? You can come on in and have a seat at the table.
Hey, sir.
You just be at that table over there, okay?
The, behind the, in front, I think. Which one?
You're close to the judge then?
What? No.
Okay.
Please rise. The report district court's now in session. Will Brian A. Oakley presiding?
Have a seat. We want to bring the defendants in?
We got one in already, so we're getting the other, he's in custody.
Sit down, go ahead.
Oh, I'm going to stand if you don't mind, Judge.
No, that's either way.
Yeah, can I get you on the side
you
with the
guys-
microphone?
I can, sure. It's
And
easier to stay standing.
I am on, Judge.
Do you want to post this?
Am I missing a defense attorney? Oh, you're way in the back. Okay. You want to come up a little bit, just to make sure we can hear you?
Oh,
might want to come stand by the table. Sir, you want to stay back there, okay?
Thank you so
Thank you.
All right, how about appearances on the People versus Hopkins and the People versus Parker?
Good morning, Your Honor. Tara Hindelang, P78685 on behalf of the people.
William Glenn on behalf of Mr. Hopkins, P 36794.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ben Gonick on behalf of Kenneth Parker. My bar number is P43716.
Good morning. All right, so I hear there's a fly in the ointment.
There is, Judge. So I took over this file on Friday from a different prosecutor. In the course of my evaluating the file, two things came up. One, our complaining witness is in Florida. She's able to come, but she has been in Florida and was not given enough notice to be able to fly up, but she's willing to do so. So without the complainant, I can't proceed on several of the victim-related counts, also because there's the issue of the cross complainants, so that limits my ability to call what would be the other complainant who's charged as a defendant in the second case. So that's one issue. Separately, in reviewing the file, I noticed that there was no digital evidence as a part of our file. I contacted Detective Long, who's with me to my right, and asked him if there was additional digital evidence. He said that there was. He uploaded it Friday afternoon to evidence.com. In the meantime, I called and left a message for Mr. Glenn and called and spoke to Mr. Gonick and let them know of the situation as I was finding it. I was able to send the download link of the digital evidence to Mr. Gonick by early Friday afternoon. And I did the same for Mr. Glenn as well. Mr. Glenn and I subsequently talked in the late afternoon. I let him know what was going on. So that being said, the people are asking for an adjournment of Mr. Parker's exam. I had not had a chance to talk to Mr. Glenn this morning because I was talking to Mr. Gonick and getting all of the officers in the room and letting them know what was happening. So I don't know what Mr. Glenn wants to do with Mr. Hopkins' exam. But for Mr. Parker, at least, I'm asking for an adjournment for good cause for two issues. The complainant is not here, but is available and will come and testify.
How are either one of those good cause?
So the complaining
Because your
witness,
office decided to switch on Friday?
it wasn't that we decided to switch, Judge. It was that there is a prosecutor that is no longer with the office and the case then needed coverage.
It's not good
So
cause.
the complaining witness also
I'm
was.
not adjourning for good cause because you lost track of your complainant or you lost track of your discovery.
Judge, we didn't lose track of the complainant. She went to Florida. She's available.
What part of no don't you understand, counsel? I'm not losing a whole day because your office can't get their ducks in a row.
So then I would ask, well, I'll defer to Mr. Gonick. I would then ask to hold in part. I have the officers here. They can testify. I would not be able to proceed on the CSC counts. I may be able to proceed on some of the counts that relate to, in Parker's case, victim Hopkins. We also have enough evidence certainly to proceed on the FIP. I'd ask to add an additional FF because it doesn't look like one was charged as it relates to the FIP count. There's certainly enough evidence to a probable cause standard to proceed and bind over on the FIP and FF second as it relates to that. In the event that we were to hold in part once, or even if we have to reissue on the victim counts, once that case is reissued, and it will be immediately reissued today, and then we'd be back here, Mr. Parker would be, it looks like Mr. Parker should have been noticed as a violent habitual fourth offender with a mandatory minimum 25-year sentence. So there would be that addition as well if we're dismissing and reissuing on any of the victim-related counts. So I'm ready to proceed as it relates to the FIP and FF, and potentially, as long as the testimony bears it out, potentially assault with intent to rob while armed in several of the FAs, as well again as the FIP and FF seconds that are attached to those offenses.
Anything from the defense?
Well, Your Honor, in this case right here, my client as well as Mr. Parker are co-defendants. But after reviewing the discovery for months, I don't see how there's any aiding or abetting on any of the charges with both individuals. I think these cases should have been filed individually. Your Honor, if the prosecutor is not ready to proceed on Mr. Hopkins as an individual, I will move to dismiss. But beyond that, what I'm saying is like, if you're gonna have co-defendants, there has to be some showing that there was a crime in common and that one or both defendants acted together or in concert to aid and abet the other in furtherance of the offense. We don't have any of that here. So I don't understand why Mr. Parker and Mr. Hopkins are co-defendants in the first place.
They're not. They're charged in separate cases with separate counts.
Right.
I'm ready to proceed
The
on this.
decision was made when this case was scheduled that it would be more efficient for use of resources if they were tried at the same time, which
Yes.
is why they're both scheduled today, not because they're co-defendants.
And I'm ready to go on Mr. Hopkins. The evidence
Okay.
doesn't change as far as that goes, except that the complaining witness on the CSC case, who is a witness on Mr. Hopkins' case, would not be here, but that doesn't change anything as it relates
All right.
to the binder.
So you're ready to go on Hopkins?
Yes.
We're ready
I'm
to
assuming you're
proceed.
ready.
We're ready to proceed.
Okay. Mr. Gonick?
Judge, I mean, I was hit with a lot of this on Friday.
I know, sounds
Yeah,
like it.
And the court has always been ready to hold the exam at the first available date. I know that because we had discussions. In terms of the FIP and felony firearm, I just talked to Mr. Parker, and we would waive that exam. I mean, if they want
That's
to.
helpful.
Yeah, if they want to be bound over on those charges. You know, I'm troubled by the fact that it's not this prosecutor's fault, that I've asked for digital discovery all along and they get hit with, bombarded with.
I'm troubled by that too.
A ton of digital discovery on Friday. So, you know, saying that, I would have liked to have the opportunity, and I was going to go down to the jail yesterday to review it with Mr. Parker. And then I got an email that they're not allowing any visits yesterday. And, you know, that's what's troubling to me is, you know, I'd like to have reviewed the video evidence, because I reviewed it at home myself, obviously. And there were some witness statements given on video. And I thought it would be helpful if Mr. Parker saw those, because sometimes the client can have input that'll help in cross-examination.
Right.
And so, you know, I mean, I would have liked to have time to prepare for that.
How much, lengthwise, time-wise, how much discovery do you think you have to go over?
In terms of time to review everything? I think it would be a few hours. I think,
Okay.
yeah.
I can't give you that this morning.
Yeah. Can I have 1 second to confer
Sure.
with my client? Because I'm
Sure.
trying to make.
No, that's all right.
Bring this to. Judge, I put on the record what I had to put on. I don't know what the solution is. I wish I could say what a good solution is. But I know if we proceed with the CSC counts today, you know, I would have liked to have the opportunity to confer with my client about the statement that the video witness statement the complainant gave.
If this kind of shit happened because of the defense, I'd hold them in contempt, Madam Prosecutor. Our job has been so much more difficult this past year because of the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office. It is unbelievable to me. Your office acts like these dates are just hanging on trees for us to pluck at your convenience. And I'm just getting really, really tired of it. So you can send that back to whoever you want to send it back to. When I started this job 20 years ago, I heard that a district court courtroom cost $5,000 a day to operate. That was 20 plus years ago. So what do you think this little game cost us? Absolute bullshit. Are you asking for an adjournment?
I am, Your Honor, to effect.
You got to represent your client.
Yeah, and
We're holding Hopkins. We'll adjourn your guy. Are you gonna stick with Parker's file?
Yes.
Get your calendars out. Go ahead. Sooner the better. Mr. Parker, I apologize for the inconvenience.
No problem, Joe.
Council, what we might be able to do for you, I think, is Fred here today?
I don't know, I haven't been back down there. You seen Fred?
Fred IT?
He is,
Yes,
yes,
he
he
is.
came up
Do
and helped.
you have a
me out.
laptop?
I do.
Could we put him and his client in a room so they could do the video? I mean, instead of going to the jail, if you want to have, I mean, he's here, you're here. If you got your discovery, we'll try to accommodate you so you can at least have your conference with your client.
Oh, yeah, I could do it here, but we can also do them by Zoom.
I'm just trying to
No,
save today for you.
No, I appreciate it. It doesn't matter.
That's up to you.
Yeah, I would prefer to
If we
do
can,
it.
if we can make it easier on you two, that's fine. If not, that's fine.
The Zoom is better.
Okay, we have.
So as soon as he gets a date, he's not gonna conference, so
Pardon me?
you're not gonna conference with him, my correct, sir?
I was gonna see if that.
So I'm gonna put him, when he gets
He's
a
on the
date.
29th.
So, yeah.
Mr. Gonick, April 8th.
Which is this Thursday.
April 8th? That will work.
Madam Prosecutor,
The only other thing on my calendar, I have an in-person hearing at Frank Murphy at 10:30 a.m. in front of Judge Walker on an AWIM case,
hearing on what? What kind of hearing?
the final conference. So I could come after that.
This case is scheduled at 9 o'clock on the 8th. Figure it out. Anything else, Mr. Gonick?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. Sorry for the inconvenience. We'll let you bring your client in just a second and settle him in the table.
Mr. Dunn, that's just a this is one hard copy.
Counselor?
Thank you.
Take him back. You're all set.
Yeah, fine.
Mr. Hopkins, come on up next to council, please.
I'll be right back here.
I can take him on myself. Okay.
Have a seat, Mr. Hopkins. Yeah, right there's fine. All right, and as far as masks, I think we've got enough distance. We've got the plexiglass up, mask on or off, whatever you're comfortable with. If Paul is having trouble hearing you because of the mask, she'll give you a thumbs up for more volume. Let's get started, council.
Judge, Mr. Glenn, I'm just gonna ask that you try to keep your voice up. You have a real soft voice.
Probably the mask is,
Did you find that key tape?
Yeah, I already used it, gave it back.
Okay.
I'll try to speak.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, Dan,
Yes, sir.
you can't do that. Never mind, you're all right. Who's first witness?
Officer Griggs, can I place on the record that we made a plea offer to Mr. Hopkins? And that was conveyed to council, and the offer was to plead to count 3, felonious assault, with a dismissal of counts 1, 2, and a revocation of the habitual offender second offense notice.
I discussed this matter with my client. He does not wish to accept that offer. Is that correct, Mr.?
That's correct. Thank you. And Counsel, I know you're just a messenger, but this stuff is getting real old. I know it's not your decision making. Good morning, officer. Raise your right hand. Swear firm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Settle in.
Sir?
Mask on or off, whatever you're comfortable with.
That's, okay with you.
Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. Could you please state your name for the record?
Good morning, ma'am. Officer Scott Griggs, Van Buren Township Police Department.
You beat me to my next question. How long have you been employed with the Van Buren Police Department?
19 years next month.
Okay, and what are your normal duties and responsibilities?
I'm a road patrol officer.
Okay, and were you working on July 31st, 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
What shift were you working?
I was working night shift from 6 PM to 6 AM.
Okay. Around 4:49, did you receive a dispatch to a location?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What location was that?
114 Park Estates.
And is that in Van Buren Township?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that in the county of Wayne?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go to that location?
Originally, I did eventually, dispatch advised that, a female and her cousin were at another location that was just west of that location,
Okay,
an additional trailer park.
okay. And so which location did you go to?
I believe it was the Timberlands. If I can check my report real quick.
Was that refresh your, before you do so, was that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it was, I'm sorry.
I'm just gonna ask, sir, that if you need to refresh your recollection, please don't look at your report unless I ask you.
Got it.
Thank you.
My apologies.
Would that refresh your recollection if
Yes,
you
ma'am.
review your report?
Yes.
Please do so, look up when you're done.
Yes, it was the Timberlands.
Okay, and how far is that, as it relates to the 114 Estates Drive?
It's less than quarter of a mile.
What happened when you arrived at the Timberlands?
I met, a female and a male. They
Okay.
were, just outside the, entrance, or in the entrance to the trailer park.
Okay. And as it relates to the female, what was her demeanor like when you saw her?
She was upset. I believe she was intoxicated.
What made you believe that?
Just the kind of way she was acting. She was kind of, emotional. Didn't really speak with her a whole lot. Just kind of talking with my partner at the time.
Okay, so
Stuff that he said.
okay, so nothing that you directly observed as to whether or not she was intoxicated, it was something that your partner told you?
Yes.
And I don't want you to tell me anything that the male said at this point, but what was the demeanor of the male?
He was actually relatively calm, based on, some of the information that I had.
Okay, when you approached, who did you speak to first?
I spoke to Mr. Hopkins.
Okay, so you just said Mr. Hopkins, is that the name of the male that you were previously mentioning?
Yes.
Do you see Mr. Hopkins in court today?
He's a gentleman in a white shirt and glasses.
Noted for the record.
Thank you. Okay, without telling me at this point, anything that he said, were you able to get some information from him?
Yes.
What, did you make any observations about his physical being?
At the time, I did not.
Okay. What did you do after you spoke to Mr. Hopkins?
After speaking to Mr. Hopkins and with the information that he provided me, he was actually taken into custody.
Okay. And did you become aware of the female's name?
Yes, I was.
And who is that female?
Michelle Harrison?
Okay. And going back, did you speak to Miss Harrison yourself?
Yes, I did.
Okay. When you spoke to her, what was her demeanor like?
She was, kind of hesitant to, provide some information about exactly what had happened. I was able to get permission for her to make her residence and go into her house, and after speaking to her and Mr. Hopkins, we figured out that there was a crime scene at her residence.
Okay. And based on what Miss Harrison told you, what type of crime scene did you think was related to her house?
From what I was gathered, putting the two stories together, there was some type of stabbing that occurred.
Okay. And her house, you said, is that at the 114 Estates in Van Buren
Yes, ma'am.
Township, County of Wayne? And that's, you believe, where the stabbing took place?
Correct.
Okay. And when you got inside of that location, what did you observe?
Well, as I pulled up to her residence, there was a blood trail basically from the front door down to a sidewalk, and then to like a parking pad where our vehicle would have been. And
Okay.
then,
Was there a vehicle in that parking pad where the blood trail ended?
I don't recall.
What did you do next?
Ms. Harrison did provide me a key to the house, went inside, saw some additional, drops of blood. I don't recall exactly how much it was. I do recall most of the blood was outside the residence, like on the front porch area there.
Okay, and at this point in time, you believe the stabbing had occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, did you know who the victim of that stabbing was at this point?
I don't recall,
Was it either of those two people at the scene?
no,
Did you get some information that the victim of the stabbing had left the scene?
yes.
And based on that, did you make any notifications to other officers or to your dispatch?
I did call dispatch saying that the vehicle had left. I believe I put a BOL, be on the lookout for a vehicle.
Okay, and be on the lookout for a vehicle as it relates to what?
That this victim could have, that he left the area and he wasn't around right now.
Okay, now, did you speak to Mr. Hopkins?
I did.
Okay, and what did Mr. Hopkins tell you?
Mr. Hopkins said he was sleeping that morning.
Yeah, and I'm gonna object unless this officer has a videotape of a statement by my client or a written statement. I'm gonna object to him paraphrasing. I want him to testify to exactly what my client said.
That's not a legal objection. This officer can testify from his own memory
Well,
as
That's
to what,
hearsay.
it's not hearsay. It's
That's
admission of-
self-serving hearsay.
Excuse me.
Hold on, one at a time. I
It's
gotta
an
build a
admission.
record, that's your job.
It's admission of a party opponent. So this officer can testify from his memory as to what Mr. Hopkins said at the time. If Mr. Glenn believes that he's not testifying as to the entirety or as to exactly what Mr. Hopkins said, Mr. Glenn is free to impeach the witness if he would like, but that's not a legal objection, that he can't testify as his own memory what somebody told him.
No, what this officer doing is putting his own spin on what my client says, and that is hearsay. That's self-serving hearsay.
I overrule the objection, I don't think it's hearsay.
Thank you. What did Mr. Hopkins tell you?
Mr. Hopkins said that he was sleeping at Miss Harrison's house. He was in town for a funeral, a family member funeral. He was woke up in the morning by a gentleman, and
Did he describe that gentleman at all to you?
he identified him as his name escapes me right now. I'm sorry.
Would it refresh your recollection if you
yes.
reviewed your report?
May
Please do so and look up at me when you're done.
as a Kenneth Parker. Apologies.
Continue. What else? What did he tell you?
He said there was Mr. Parker was upset about driving Miss Harrison home from the gas station. There was something about he wanted gas money for transporting her home.
When you say he wanted gas money,
Mr. Parker, I'm
thank
sorry.
you.
Yeah, Mr. Parker wanted some gas money.
Sir, the best you can use names since there's two he's.
Yes.
Sorry.
My apologies.
Okay, keep going.
Mr. Parker was upset, asked Mr. Hopkins for some money. Mr. Hopkins refused to give him some money, which caused Mr. Parker to get upset. He hit him over the head with a gun.
Who hit who over the
Sorry,
head with
did
the
it
gun?
again. I'm sorry, it was a long night. I worked last night.
I understand.
Mr. Parker hit Mr. Hopkins over the head with a gun and then pointed at him.
So what happened next?
There was some type of discussion between Mr. Walker, I'm sorry, I did it again, Mr. Parker, and
And
Ms.
who?
Harrison.
Okay.
And
And this is again, according to Mr. Hopkins. Mr. Hopkins is telling you that there's a discussion between Mr. Parker and Ms. Harrison.
correct.
Okay, what else did he tell you?
There was, Mr. Parker told Mr. Hopkins to go in the kitchen and watch Mr. Parker, have sex with Ms. Harrison.
Okay, what else did Mr. Hopkins tell you?
Then he told me that Mr. Parker told him to go outside.
And did Mr. Hopkins tell you if he did that?
Mr. Hopkins said he went outside. He took a knife that was in his vehicle. And he kind of hung out outside for a bit. He told me he could actually hear Mr. Parker and Ms. Harrison have sex.
Okay. Did he tell you whether or not during this time he called 911?
He did not.
Did he tell you whether or not he went next door or to any one of the neighbors to get help?
He did not.
And just to keep on the pause, are there other trailers in close proximity to Ms. Harrison's residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, how close?
Right next door.
And so after Mr. Hopkins tells you that he goes outside and waits for a bit, what does he tell you happens next?
He tells me he gets a knife out of his center console of his vehicle.
Does he describe the knife to you at all?
He does not.
Okay, what happens next?
He says he goes to go back inside the house when Mr. Parker exits the residence. And he says at the time he stabbed Mr. Parker in the chest.
Okay. Does he tell you what Mr. Parker did after that?
He said he pushed him down and fled to his car.
Mr. Parker fled to his car?
Mr. Parker fled to his car, correct.
Okay.
Got in his vehicle and he left.
Did you ask Mr. Hopkins if Mr. Parker had anything in his hands when he exited the residence?
I did. Originally, he said he wasn't sure, and then he told me that he did not.
Did Mr. Hopkins tell you what happened with the knife?
Excuse me. Mr. Hopkins said, I don't recall if he actually told me what he did, but he
Okay,
did.
then I'm gonna stop you there.
Okay.
Would it refresh your recollection if you referred to your report?
Yes, please.
Please do so and look up Oakley when you're done.
Mr. Hopkins,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Mr. Hopkins said that he put the knife back into his vehicle, and then he also gave me permission to search that vehicle.
He gave you permission to search his vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall what kind of vehicle it was?
I believe it was a Honda Civic.
Did you do that?
I did.
What happened when you did that?
There was a approximately 5-inch knife in the center console. It had a green handle on it. It was covered in blood. It was also in a like a black sheath or carrying case.
What did you do with the knife once you found it?
I took pictures of it where I had located it in the car, and then I had it, and I secured it in the back of my patrol car.
Did you make additional, sorry, my fault, I got ahead of myself. What did you do with Mr. Hopkins after recovering the knife?
Mr. Hopkins was already in custody at the time.
Did you take him into custody?
I did.
Okay. At what point did you take him into custody?
After he told me he stabbed Mr. Parker.
Okay.
I slept last night.
What did you do? So he was already in custody, so what did you do next?
At the time I had, that's when I received permission from Ms. Harrison to go to her residence.
And at that point, did you actually enter the residence?
Yes,
Were you, at this point in time, were you the only officer on scene?
yes.
Nobody else was there?
Officer Daniels was still, dealing with, Ms. Harrison at the entrance to the Timberlands, which was, again, just down the street from where the original home was.
Okay. Did other officers come subsequently to your going inside the apartment, the trailer?
No, I took some pictures. I secured the residence. After I had started my report and we located Mr. Parker, day shift additional units went and re-secured or did another continued investigation.
I see. So you mentioned locating Mr. Parker. How did that come about?
Excuse me. We received a call from dispatch that Canton Police Department, which is a bordering jurisdiction, had a call about a man who was bleeding at a gas station approximately 3 to 4 miles from our scene.
Okay. Did you ever go to the gas station?
I did not.
You never saw Mr. Parker?
I did not.
And did you eventually take Mr. Hopkins and the knife back to your station?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what did you do with the knife?
Knife was secured and lodged in our evidence locker. Mr. Hopkins was booked, also took, at that time was able to see some injuries to him, and those were also documented as well.
Okay. And when Mr. Hopkins was telling you about what had happened, what was his demeanor like?
He seemed remorseful, to be honest with you. He just, I think he was just kind of caught up in the moment and made a reaction.
I have nothing else.
Okay, yes, Sean. Okay, now, sir, now you received the police run on July the 31st, 2020 at about 4:40 a.m., is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was to the Timberlands, it's a trailer park, you said?
Yes, sir.
Now, you stated that you received a police run and you went out there, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you saw two individuals. You saw Mr. Hopkins and you saw a young lady, Michelle Harrison, is that right?
That's correct, sir.
All right. Now, when you went out there and you talked to these two people, you were made aware that another individual was there, Mr. Parker, is that right?
Yes.
All right. Now, you were also made aware from your conversations with Mr. Hopkins as well as Ms. Harrison that Mr. Parker wanted money from them, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and that money was for doing what?
Bringing Miss Harrison back from a gas station to home.
All right. Now, when Miss Harrison and Mr. Hopkins did not give him any money, you stated that there came a point in time where Mr. Parker became angry?
Yes.
But I object that the mischaracterization of the testimony. I don't believe that this officer testified that Mr. Parker became angry.
I believe he did, because he said he pulled a gun out.
But I think he testified to certain actions by Mr. Parker, but as far as Mr. Parker's emotional state, I agree with prosecutor. I don't think that was part of the testimony.
Okay. Now, there was a discussion about some money, is that right?
That's correct.
All right. Now, Mr. Parker wanted money from Miss Harrison or Mr. Hopkins, is that correct?
Yes,
All right.
either or.
All right. Now, isn't it true that Mr. Hopkins told you that when Mr. Parker pulled a gun out, he took his telephone?
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand this part.
Isn't it true? Isn't it true that when you spoke to Mr. Hopkins, isn't it true that Mr. Hopkins told you that when Mr. Parker pulled the gun out and he asked for money, he also took Mr. Hopkins' cell phone? Isn't that true?
I actually object. This is hearsay for Mr. Glenn to be eliciting from this officer because it's a statement of his client that his client made to this officer allegedly that's not referenced in prior testimony nor in the police report. And his client is not his party opponent.
Well, she's saying what
He can ask the officer if somebody told him something, and the officer can say yes or no. Did you remember the question?
I don't recall if you told me.
Okay,
about the phone.
you don't recall.
Correct.
Now, when you first saw Mr. Hopkins, you stated that you looked at his physical condition, is that correct?
I did.
All right, now you stated that you saw blood inside the house?
Inside the house.
the apartment? Of the home? residence?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And where did you see this blood?
It was on the door on the porch, and there was, if I recall, there was a couple of drops just inside the residence.
All right. Now, isn't it true that when you later looked at Mr. Hopkins, he was bleeding from the back of his head?
He was.
All right. Now, you stated that Mr. Parker was found about 2 or 3 miles in the general area
Yes,
of
sir.
this place, and you stated it was at a gas station.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, was a gun recovered from that gas station, if you know?
Yes, it was.
All right. Now, isn't it true that you have video of Mr. Parker trying to hide that gun?
There is video, sir.
Okay. You've seen it?
I have.
Okay. Now, when you spoke to Miss Harrison, she told you that she had been sexually assaulted. Is that right?
She did not tell me she had been sexually assaulted.
Okay. She said she had sex with Mr. Parker.
I don't recall that part.
Okay. You were told that Mr. Parker had a gun, is that right?
Correct.
All right. And Mr. Parker pulled that gun out on Mr. Hopkins as well as Miss Harrison. Is that true?
That is correct.
All right. And this residence was not Mr. Parker's residence, was it?
That's correct.
All right. Now, Mr. Hopkins was there in the morning sleeping on the couch. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And when you spoke with Miss Harrison, he had permission to be there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, you stated earlier that there came a point in time when Mr. Parker told Mr. Hopkins to leave and go outside. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you said that there came a point in time when you heard Miss Harrison and Mr. Parker having sex inside. Is that right?
That's what Mr. Hopkins told me, yes.
Okay. Now, you also stated that prior to Mr. Hopkins leaving, he was hit upside the head with that gun, right?
Yes.
All right. And he went to his car and he retrieved a hunting knife. Is that right?
Yes.
Right. Now, isn't it true that when Mr. Parker came out of that house, he got into another tussle with Mr. Hopkins?
Judge, I just object to the form of the question. The only way that this officer would know is if somebody told him that that
Yeah,
happened.
that's fair. Just rephrase the question.
Okay, okay. Now, when Mr. Hopkins, when Mr. Parker stepped outside the residence, there was another physical altercation, is that correct?
Same objection.
Yeah. Did you find out in the course of your investigation that there was another altercation? Is that a fair question, I think?
Yes.
Yes, there was another altercation.
Okay. Now, you asked Mr. Hopkins, did he see Mr. Parker with the gun in his hand? Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. But later on in your investigation of that day, you saw Mr. Parker with the gun at the gas station 3 miles away, right?
Correct.
I object to the form of that question. That mischaracterizes the testimony. The officer testified that he only saw the video, that he never went to the gas station.
Okay. Well, all right. Well, you saw the video with Mr. Parker trying to hide the gun at the gas station, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And this was just a few hours later, right?
Actually, I just recently saw the video.
Okay. Now, throughout your investigation, did you know or did you have any evidence of Mr. Parker getting a ride or some type of help to get to that gas station?
He drove himself
Drove himself in what car?
in a silver Ford Focus.
Silver Ford Focus? Now, okay, when you stated that he went to the residence of Miss Harrison and the place where Mr. Hopkins was, he was driving himself, is that correct?
That's
And again, I'm objecting to the form of the question.
Yeah.
Okay.
The way you worded it was like direct knowledge from the officer.
Okay, all right. All right. Did you come upon any evidence that other people were inside the car that Mr. Parker was in?
I did not see the car that Mr. Parker was in.
Okay. And so you have no knowledge of anything about the car?
The only thing I know about the car is that it was, and again, based on the video that I previously have watched, he was the only occupant of that vehicle.
All right, now, did you ever offer any medical assistance to Miss Michelle Harrison?
I did not personally, but also when we arrived on scene, Officer Daniels, his own partner with that day, actually spoke to Ms. Harrison about that part of the investigation while I was speaking with Mr. Hopkins.
Okay, and she was offered assistance to go to the hospital, is that
I
correct?
believe so.
And did she go, to your knowledge?
I do not believe she did.
Okay, nothing else, Sean.
Madam Prosecutor.
Just briefly, Mr. Glenn asked you about the other altercation occurred outside the house. How did you get that information that he was asking you about?
Mr. Hopkins told me.
Okay. And nothing else?
Nothing else.
Anything else? Can we send Officer Griggs back to his bed?
Yes, Sean.
I gotta get there first, Your Honor. Thank you, appreciate it.
Yeah.
Stop at the fire station last night.
Wait till you get there before you fall asleep.
Yeah, thanks, sir.
Stay safe. Watch
Thanks,
your
sir.
step.
See you.
Ms. Cinderlang, who's your next witness?
I'm deciding between two, Judge.
That's all right.
Hey, it's the whole thing. It's not just
I'm gonna go with Canton Police Officer Halapai.
Counsel, can I just verify
Yes.
that that was Officer Scott Griggs?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Judge, I apologize. May I use the restroom very
Sure,
briefly?
sure.
Thank you.
Come on up, officer. You know where you're going, counsel?
Out that way somewhere?
Yes.
Thank you.
How are you today?
Excellent. Raise your right hand for me. Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir, I
You
did.
have a seat right here. And mask on or off, whatever you're comfortable with.
Okay.
Settle in.
And I'm sorry, can I ask your name?
Yes, I'm Officer Brian Halapi with the Canton Police.
Must spell
It is Halapi.
Just how it sounds.
Common spelling for Brian?
Yes, Brian.
Proper spelling.
Yeah, with an I, not with a Y, please.
And I'm sorry, that was with Canton Police?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Except poor thing, she's.
Yeah, that's why I took a pity on her bathroom break.
It's all sworn in and waiting for you, counsel.
Thank you. My apologies.
No problem.
3 more months to go. Good morning, sir. Could you please state your name for the record?
Yes, I'm Officer Brian Halapi with the Canton Township Police,
And how long have you been a police officer with Canton?
for just under 2 years.
Okay. Were you working back on July 31st, 2020,
I was,
an early morning shift?
I was.
Or nights?
It was a night shift.
Okay. What time were you working?
I was working from 7 PM on the 30th till 7 AM on the 31st.
Okay. And at some point in time, did you receive a dispatch to a mobile gas station at 40401 Michigan Ave?
I did.
And what city is that in?
That is the Canton Township.
Okay. And what was the nature of that dispatch?
So our dispatcher relayed that there was somebody laying on the ground that was injured. There was a lot of blood. That's all we really knew.
Okay. And did you go to that location?
I did.
Were you by yourself or with a partner?
I was just behind another officer who arrived, but I was in my own car.
Okay. And who was that officer that you were behind?
That was Officer Thompson.
Okay. And what happened when you got there?
When we got there,
So I'm gonna stop you. You said when we got there. I know
Okay.
you said you were about 10 seconds behind another
Correct,
officer, but I
correct.
only want you to tell me about what you did and what you saw.
okay. So when I got there, Officer Thompson had already saw that it was just one person on the ground, nobody else that posed any threat. So I got some medical supplies.
Did you approach that person?
I did. I saw that there was a lot of blood and he appeared he was stabbed in the chest region.
Did you become aware of that person's name?
Yes, so while keeping him alive before the fire department arrived, we were talking to him, trying to keep him awake.
What was
and
his state of being at that point in time?
He was conscious, but I mean, he was definitely hurting. I mean, he could have very easily passed out.
Okay.
He wasn't in a good way. So while putting the chest seal on, we were talking to him and I
I'm sorry,
asked
you
him
said
for
putting the what on?
the chest seal.
What's a chest seal?
A chest seal, it's a very sticky bandage, basically. It's very large that I just placed over his chest wound.
Okay, and where on his body was that wound located? I know I'm getting off track of the question I initially asked, but it's okay.
It was in his upper torso region. I don't remember specifically where off the top of my head.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
And so after you put the chest seal on, you said you were talking to him, and did he tell you his name?
Yes, he told me his name was Kenneth Parker.
Okay. And what was his demeanor like at that point in time?
He was in a lot of pain. He was Not very grateful. He called me, like a white pig, I remember, things like that. He wasn't very grateful.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you make any observations about what was under Mr. Parker's body?
Just a lot of blood was all over. And then I saw another wound on his arm, but it didn't appear to be as large as his chest wound.
Okay. Did you use any other medical equipment?
No, I just applied chest seal on his chest.
I see. And then did somebody come to assist you at that point in time?
Yes, there were several officers from Canton who arrived. Sergeant Juris arrived shortly after, Officer Johnson, Officer Foreman. There may have been other officers, but it was primarily, Lieutenant Andrews as well.
Okay. Yeah. And then did paramedics arrive?
Yes, they arrived maybe 5 minutes after that.
Okay, and did you observe them do something?
I don't recall what they did at that point. I was just trying to clean all the blood off.
Okay, off of yourself?
Yeah,
Okay.
all over my clothes.
Okay, at some point in time, did you observe an ambulance take Mr. Parker?
I did.
Okay, and where did they take him?
To St. Joe's in Ann Arbor.
Okay, were you ever apprised of his physical state of being after that point in time? What condition he was listed as?
No, Officer Thompson actually followed the fire department and sat with him in Ann Arbor.
Okay. After the ambulance left, did you do anything else?
Yes, so shortly after that, our dispatchers in Canton had some communication with Van Buren dispatchers.
And based on that, was some information relayed to you?
Yes.
And what was the nature of that information?
That Mr. Parker was possibly involved in a crime that involved a firearm.
Okay.
I don't know what the nature of the crime was.
I'm gonna stop you there. What city did that crime that you're referencing occur in?
Van Buren.
Okay. And did you get some information as to where Mr. Parker may have been stabbed?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was it related, if you recall, to that Van Buren dispatch?
It was.
Okay. I have nothing else.
Mr. Glenn? Just a couple. So you didn't observe any type of interaction with Mr. Parker and anyone else, is that correct?
Mr. Parker was by himself at the gas station.
All right. Now, did you recover any evidence from the gas station?
I did. So after I obtained that information from my dispatchers about a crime occurring in Van Buren and that there was possibly a firearm involved, there was a blood trail leading to the front doors of the mobile gas station. And there's a trash can right next to the front doors. So I wanted to check the trash can to make sure he didn't dump a gun in there. And sure enough, there was a firearm sitting on top of the trash.
Okay, what kind of gun was that?
I don't recall because I didn't pick it up. I just saw that there was a firearm with a lot of blood on it sitting on top of the trash.
All right, and there was a blood trail leading to the trash can?
Correct.
Okay, nothing else.
I have nothing else.
Officer, you can step down, watch your step.
Okay.
And is this officer free to go back to Canton?
He is.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
And I think lastly, I would call Officer Thompson.
Would you send Officer Thompson in, please?
Yes.
Officer, come on up, watch your step on the incline ramp, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Settle in. Mask on or off, whatever you're comfortable with. Counsel, your witness.
Thank you. Good afternoon, or I'm sorry, I'm jumping way ahead of myself. Good morning, sir. Could you please state your name for the record?
Officer Eric Thompson.
And what do you do, sir?
I'm a police officer with Canton Township,
How long have you been a police officer of Canton Township?
3 years.
And were you working on July 31st, 2020?
Yes,
Were you working by yourself or with a partner?
I was on that.
Were you working midnight shift?
Yes,
At some point in time, did you receive a dispatch to 40401 Michigan Avenue in Canton?
yes.
What was the nature of the dispatch?
We were told that a person at the gas station there had called to report that there was a male with a stab wound in the parking lot.
Is that a mobile gas station?
Yes.
Okay. And was this around 6 in the morning or thereabouts?
If I recall, that was, yeah.
Okay, maybe a little before. And did you go to that location?
I did.
Okay, what happened when you got there?
When I got there, I saw there was a silver Ford Focus parked in front of the building. The front door was open. And, the male that was identified, Mr. Parker, later was lying on the ground, kind of on all fours.
You said that, I'm gonna stop you for a second. The male that was identified later, did you subsequently come to learn his name?
I did.
And what was his name?
Kenneth Parker.
Okay. And so what did you do?
I went up to him just to make sure that the scene was secure and kind of get an assessment of what was happening.
What did you observe about his body at this point in time?
He was lying on the ground in pain. Could see, it looked like he was bleeding from his chest.
Okay.
There was a lot of blood on the inside of the car.
And what was his demeanor like?
With me, I was trying to ask him what happened, and he couldn't really tell me much. He was clearly in pain.
Okay. Did he tell you about in the course of you trying to ask what happened, did he tell you about the nature of his injury?
Yeah.
What caused it? Okay. And so what did you do next?
I called, I got on the radio and advised him that the scene was secure. I didn't see any weapons. I asked him if he had any weapons on. He said no, so that the fire department could come and render aid to him.
At this point in time, were you by yourself or with somebody else?
I was by myself for probably not more than 30 seconds, and then Officer Halpy arrived. He brought a medical kit along with Lieutenant Andes, who asked me to go grab a second one, so I went back to my car to grab a second medical kit. And by the time I got back, they had already stopped the bleeding.
What was Mr. Parker's state of physical being like at this point in time?
At that point, I think he was still lying on the ground. He was moving around. He was kind of yelling at Lieutenant Andes and Officer Halpy as they were trying to get some information.
At some point in time, did an ambulance come?
Yes.
And did the ambulance take Mr. Parker somewhere?
It took him to St. Joe's Hospital in Ann Arbor.
Okay, and did you do anything after the ambulance came?
I followed the ambulance there and just stood by and waited for a Van Buren detective to come and take over.
Did you become apprised of Mr. Parker's condition as it relates to how he was in the hospital?
I was there outside the door where they were trying to treat him, and I could hear that he was yelling at the staff there, and eventually they used a sedative to try to calm him down so that they could keep working.
Okay, were you ever provided with the information as to what condition he was listed in with the hospital?
No.
Okay. I have nothing else.
Mr. Glenn? No, sir, did you retrieve any evidence from the gas station?
I did not.
Nothing else?
Nothing else?
Nothing else?
All right. Watch your step on the way out. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Stay safe.
And with that, Judge, people rest.
Defense putting on any witnesses, or are we ready for argument?
Ready for it.
Judge, based on the testimony of the officers, the people believe that they've met their burden to establish to a probable cause standard, each count charged in the information, that being assault with intent to murder, and the alternative assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder, and felonious assault. The officers testified, each of them, that they were dispatched to 114 Estates in Van Buren Township, County of Wayne. And this was Officer Griggs first, that when he arrived, he encountered two individuals later identified as Michelle Harrison and the defendant, Daniel Hopkins. Officer Griggs established that he became aware, based on investigation, that there was a crime scene there and that it included a stabbing. After establishing that, he spoke to Mr. Hopkins, who told him that Mr. Kenneth Parker came to that location with Michelle Harrison and wanted some gas money. Importantly, Mr. Hopkins told him that Mr. Parker demanded money from both Ms. Harrison and Mr. Hopkins, and then he pulled out the gun to do that and struck Mr. Hopkins over the head with it. But then Mr. Hopkins told Officer Griggs that there was some conversation, at which point in time Mr. Hopkins was asked to go outside, which he did. He went outside and he waited, according to Mr. Hopkins. He went into his vehicle, got a knife out and waited, that he could hear Ms. Harrison and Mr. Parker having sex. Mr. Hopkins told Officer Griggs that while armed with the knife, when Mr. Parker left the residence, that he approached him and stabbed him in the chest with the knife. that he told Officer Griggs he had placed back in his vehicle, and which is where Officer Griggs discovered it. Importantly, Mr. Hopkins told Officer Griggs, at least initially, that Mr. Parker had nothing in his hands when he left the residence. There's testimony then from the Canton police officers that Mr. Parker was discovered at the mobile gas station with a very serious wound to his chest, that he had to be taken away by ambulance, that he was bleeding profusely, and they had to treat him. This court can infer the defendant's intent as it relates to the assault with intent to commit murder charge based on the type of weapon used, which was that hunting knife that was described by the officers, location of the injury, which was to Mr. Parker's chest, which is a vulnerable area on the body, and the fact that the injury required serious medical treatment, although actual injury is not an element to either of the first two charges. Any assertion that this was self-defense would certainly create a question of fact to be decided by a trier of fact, and would be cause for a bind over. And so because the people have certainly met their burden as it relates to count one, the lesser intent to do great bodily harm, and then felonious assault would be met by the same testimony as well.
Mr. Glenn.
Your Honor, I would object to this. Your Honor, when it comes down to assault with intent to rob, on this occasion, there were two victims. There was Ms. Harrison and there was Mr. Hopkins. Why do I say that? When Mr. Parker went to the house, he demanded money from both Mr. Hopkins and Ms. Harrison. It came a point in time when Ms. Harrison and Mr. Hopkins did not give him any money. He took out his firearm and he hit Mr. Hopkins over the head. That is assault with intent to commit robbery, armed, felony firearm. Now, there was more conversations between Mr. Parker and Ms. Harrison. Mr. Hopkins was told to leave the residence and go outside, or you can stay in there and watch them have sex. I'm saying, okay, well, wait a minute. Now, Mr. Hopkins sees the gun. He gets hit with the gun. He's bleeding from his injuries from the gun. He goes outside because Mr. Parker told him to. He knew he had a gun. Getting hit upside the head with the gun is bad enough. You don't want to get shot. He goes to his car, he gets a knife because he knows at some point in time, Mr. Parker's going to come out of the house. He does come out of the house. There's a tussle. Mr. Hopkins takes out the knife and he cuts Mr. Parker. Now, Mr. Parker goes to the gas station 3 miles away. Now, he's bleeding profusely. He's losing a lot of blood. But what do we have here? Officer, I don't want to butcher his name, Halapai, he finds the gun in the trash. Blood trail going from the trash. Now, there was testimony that Mr. Hopkins didn't see Mr. Parker leave the residence with a gun. Well, we know from the testimony that Mr. Parker had a gun because he pulled it out and he struck Mr. Hopkins over the head with it. We know that he had a gun when he left because the gun is found at the gas station in Canton. So wait a minute now. So the prosecutor has to show that there's a crime committed and there's probable cause to show that Mr. Hopkins committed that crime. All right, now, getting hit upside the head at gunpoint when someone demands money from you, that's a crime, but that's not a crime from Mr. Hopkins. That's a crime from Mr. Parker. I believe under any reasonable standard, Mr. Hopkins has a right to defend himself just based upon what we've heard here today. So unless you can show that Mr. Hopkins was just maybe a next door neighbor, or he was out in the parking lot, and he saw someone suspected something might be up, that he ran up to Mr. Parker and stabbed him out of the blue, you might have a point. But that's not what we have here. What we have here is this Mr. Parker, who was, I guess from what we've heard here, a stranger prior to this occasion. Miss Harrison needed a ride because she was out in the street somewhere. She needed a ride home. She went home with Mr. Parker's assistance. But then when you get to the house, Mr. Hopkins, who has the right to be there, is asleep on the couch, is awakened by the commotion and the conversation about money, assaulted at gunpoint, sent outside. And then when he sees the person who hit him and tried to rob him, well, he did rob because Mr. Parker took a cell phone. So where's the crime that Mr. Hopkins did to bring about probable cause of assault with attempt to commit murder, assault with intent to commit grave bodily harm, felonious assault. All he did was try to keep from getting killed here. Now, I haven't heard anything here to show that there's any probable cause of any wrongdoing from Mr. Hopkins. So I would strongly object to the bind over.
Just briefly, in rebuttal. So most of Mr. Glenn's points actually counter in favor of bind over because it presents a question of fact. The question that we have is, did Mr. Hopkins have, at the point that he stabbed Mr. Parker in the chest with a hunting knife, there was nothing else going. He was out in a place of safety. He was in his car. He could have called 911. He could have gone to a neighbor for help. The time that he stabbed Mr. Parker was not contemporaneous with being hit on the head and the attempted robbery. We also don't know exactly what happened with Mr. Parker having the gun in his hand because Officer Griggs, according to Mr. Hopkins, Officer Griggs testified that Mr. Hopkins told him that Mr. Parker didn't have a gun in his hand. So ostensibly, according to Mr. Hopkins' own word to Officer Griggs, Mr. Parker was unarmed and Mr. Hopkins approached him and stabbed him once in the chest at a time where Mr. Hopkins wasn't under any threat of injury, death, or great bodily harm. And that's all to be decided by a trier of fact, if that use of deadly force was reasonable under the circumstances. As far as considering the intent for assault with intent to murder, if Mr. Parker had died, we would have likely charged first-degree murder because of those same things. Mr. Hopkins had time to think about what he was doing. He had time to contemplate his next move. He went to the car, he got the knife, he waited until Mr. Parker came out of the house, then approached him while Mr. Parker was unarmed and stabbed him, giving him enough time to think about his actions, consider what he's going to do, what he's not going to do, and then act upon that. And so for all those reasons, the people believe that there's sufficient evidence to bind over as charged.
Thank you. Well, there's certainly a timing issue, the time between the pistol whipping and the stabbing. But more than that, it's a self-defense question, and self-defense goes to the trier of fact. So I will bind over for probable cause. Mr. Hopkins, hang on to that postcard that Dan's given you. It's for your next court date, which is on the 12th at 9 a.m.
Oh, it has a fifth down there.
Should be the 12th. He's not custody.
I'm sorry. That
Should
was
be-
when I
should be
thought
the
they
12th.
were
Let's
both
change
in.
it.
I thought they were both in custody. That's why I couldn't.
2 weeks from today. Bond is continued.
Thank you.
Good luck downtown, Mr. Hopkins. So counsel, what's your due date?
June 19th.
Good luck.
Thank you. Both my other ones have come early, so I'm hoping that this one stays in.
Yeah, don't hold your breath.
It's scary when they come early though, so hopefully.
Yeah.
at least
Yeah, but it's not early if you're expecting it.
Hey, I had one a month early,
Yeah.
still weighed 8, 10 and a half.
Oh my gosh. My second was, they evicted him at 36 weeks, the same thing, a month early, and he was only 6 pounds. He had to spend some time in the special care unit, and so it was just.
Well, I had little bruisers right
That's
away.
great.
So.
That's the best kind. I want that baby, unfortunately.
Yeah.
My other one was full term, but he was only 6 pounds, 6 ounces. He's just a little guy, but he's big now, so it all works out.
You never know.
Yeah, I'm gonna go copy that on.
You need that left on?
Your Honor, you're gonna be here for a little bit?
Yeah.
We got a search warrant done.
Yeah.
Let me see what they got.
No, there's nothing else live.
You want it on for, oh no, that's a live juvenile.